All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. So we are having a little bit of a bonus stream tonight, extra stream. Going to try and knock out some things so that hopefully we can kind of move on to the target part of this feature that we really want to get going with, right? Which is the scene file format, reading and writing from it, right? And sort of redoing that. But first, we've got to get scenes actually up and running first. Or I should say back up and running, right? Smudge, hello, how's it going? Good to see you. So before we jump into that, I do need to take just a quick second and thank the supporters of the channel listed here on the screen, starting with the partners. They are the highest tier of subscription over on YouTube memberships and Patreon. They are Gaby Bashir and Gerboles Inc. I would also like to thank all the other supporters of the channel listed here under supporters. They are the other tiers of subscription under YouTube memberships and Patreon, as well as Twitch subscriptions. So thank you all very much for your support. It is greatly appreciated. That being said, I also appreciate each and every one of you who are viewing this either live or on the archives over at YouTube. Without you guys, obviously this project would not exist. So thank you all for being here, following along, interacting with me, and just supporting the channel and the project alike. I appreciate you guys very much. All right. So with all of that out of the way, I do want to remind everybody this is designed to be an interactive stream. So if you do have questions or comments or just want to kind of chat, I'm open to that, and I do keep an eye on both the Twitch and the YouTube chat as we progress through the stream. So don't be afraid to jump in and say hi, and I do keep an eye on those things. Speaking of which, Painzen, hello, good to see you. How are you doing tonight? Hope all is well. All right, so where we left off last night was we were essentially trying to basically glue all of this back together, everything that we sort of exploded apart, right? And I do want to take a quick second and talk about something that I briefly kind of looked into offline. So let's take a look at the diff. This is going to be a relatively small set of changes. We basically deleted a whole bunch of stuff, right? And I'm not stopping here because, let's see, can I actually page this down? Yes, I can. All right, cool. Because we essentially have the header file and the C file for scene that we've adjusted. So I was kind of looking at this, and we have all of these directional point light adds, mesh add, skybox add, terrain add, and then all the remove things for that, as well as methods to be able to get some of those objects by name. And since that's not really the way it works anymore, I figured instead of trying to refactor all that stuff, nothing was calling or using those anyways, so I went ahead and just deleted them, right? If we need those back, we can add the appropriate version, but essentially what we're going to need to do going forward is we're essentially going to want to work with scene nodes, which do have names, and then we can get the attachments from that if we want to sort of operate that way. We can also eventually have something to maybe retrieve attachments by name. Maybe we'll set up a hash table or something to be able to track all of those. But until we get to that point, I figured it was better to just remove this stuff so that we don't have to trip over it and have it getting in our way for stuff that's not used anyways. So that's kind of the idea behind that change. All right. So that's basically all that is pending to be changed here. So I didn't kind of separate that out into a separate change set or anything. So I'm actually going to open Scene C over on the left side instead of the right side because I know my big old head is over here in the corner, and you guys can't really see all that well behind that when I'm coding there, right? So in fact, I think I'm going to close this second pane for now, and we'll just kind of stick over here to the left side. So with that, we do have a number of issues that we need to fix. And I think we're just going to kind of go through and fix them one by one. So I was doing a little bit of looking offline too, because I got thinking about are sort of our scene being able to have multiple directional lights, and I was like, does that really make sense? And so I actually started kind of looking at some of what other engines do with that, and it turns out they do support multiple directional lights, so I am kind of going in the right direction. They actually have, like Unreal, for example, has a system to be able to actually assign a priority to the directional lights if you have more than one. And so I think what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to allow multiple directional lights, and we'll probably just pluck the first one, and then eventually we'll come back later and add a patch to be able to prioritize those, and so forth. The other thing that I noticed, at least that Unreal does, that I think I'm probably going to switch to at some point, is the shadow cascades. Not only the settings for that, but also it seems like the resources themselves are actually tied to the directional light as well, which does make sense, right? So we would actually wind up having a separate set of cascading shadow maps for each directional light that we have, and I think that makes sense. And essentially we just prioritize them and additively put them into the scene. And I do believe that that makes sense. And so eventually we'll be supporting that. I'm not going to support all of that right off the bat, but that's kind of the goal, and how we're going to support that going forward. So that being said, we are going to kind of come through here and make sure that we can support multiple directional lights, even if we don't necessarily do anything with more than one of those at the moment. So I hope all that makes sense. All right, so let's have a look here. So we are in Scene Debug Render Data Query. So this is for the debug data. So this will actually be easy enough to change on its own. We can go ahead, I think, and just do if, and we'll do, let's see, we have scene directional light, right? We'll change this to scene directional lights, and we'll wrap this whole block with that, right? And then let's see, we're gonna have to actually do a loop through these guys. So get the count first. So we'll do directional light counts equals darray length scene directional lights, and then for U32 I equals 0, I is less than directional light counts plus I, and we will also surround this whole block with that. And then we don't need to check to make sure that the light exists, right, because it's no longer a single pointer. So we're going to be dealing with the individual directional light itself. So this is going to be dir lights sub I. This is going to wind up being a dot debug data. And then, so if we have that, and if we have debug geometries, let's see. We should probably check this first, actually, before we do any of this, right? We should probably move this guy up here. I think that makes more sense. Because if we don't provide that array, right, to fill, what are we doing? Okay, so we'll do that. And then if we have the debug data, we'll go ahead and grab a convenience pointer to that. So that's going to be the address of dir lights sub I dot debug data on there. Oh wait, I don't need the address. That's already a pointer, right? Okay, and that should fix that, right? Obviously, I could combine these, I suppose, into a single if statement. I suppose it's safe enough to go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and do that, right? And then we can get rid of one of these blocks. Okay. So that's going to add the debug data for each directional light if we have multiples. So I'm pretty much good with that. Let's see. Point lights, that's not going to change. Mesh debug shapes is not going to change. So that's all good, right? So the debug data, at least for now, is set. We do have that transform issue to figure out as well, but at least for now, that is good to go. Okay, so the next thing we're going to look at is our individual queries for other stuff. So this is where we are going to have some changes. So we are looping through meshes here, which is fine. We get a convenience pointer. We double check the generation to make sure it's actually loaded. Which I suppose also we should probably look at the state maybe instead of this generation. I guess this technically means we don't need a state for that. I don't know. We'll have to kind of play around with that, right? But anyways, let's look at, so we have the model matrix is this transform world get. Now this is actually going to be wrong. And so what we actually need to do is we need to do a reverse lookup, get the attachment index, and then get the handle index and all of that stuff. So we actually already have this. Did I call it reverse lookup or just lookup? Here we go. So we do need to obviously still simplify this process, right? But for now, we're just going to go ahead and just kind of roll with what we have. So the scene attachment here is going to be mesh attachments, and it's going to be mesh attachment indices, right? And so we're going to get the attachment there. And then from the attachments hierarchy node handle, we're going to get the xform handle, and then we get the model matrix from that. So that is good to go there. The only other thing is the determinant. So I believe we need to do xform. What is it? Determinant? Did we actually expose that is the question. I don't think we did. So we may actually have to detour here for a second because we do need this determinant. So let's go ahead and open up the xform system. So the determinant is already on the xform, the structure, right? Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? This xform structure shouldn't exist because that's no longer exposed. Okay, it doesn't look like anything is actually using it, which is good. So let's actually get rid of that, right? Because we're not using this anymore. This is represented by a structure of arrays internally, so we don't need that. So let's actually, I guess let's go to the xform C file. Do we have determinants in here? I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. So we don't have that as part of the xforms. The question is, should we cache that? I believe we probably should. Okay, so let's take a look at transform real quick. We don't have determinant here. Do we? There we go. So whenever we do the world transform, we calculate the determinant there. That is going to be why we didn't actually include this. So what we really should probably do, this is based off of the model matrix that we receive, right? So we could just calculate this on the fly for now, which probably isn't isn't great. We probably ought to have some way to cache that, but I'm okay right now with not doing that. So we're going to say f32 determinant equals mat4 determinant, and then we'll pass in model, right? And we're just going to calculate this every frame. So we'll do to do cache this somewhere instead of calculating all the time, right? For right now, we'll leave that as is. And here we'll just do, if the determinant is less than 0, then the winding will be inverted, right? So that's what we need that for. So unfortunately, that does mean that we're going to be calculating that a lot, but we will fix that. Let's see. LSR, good to see you. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everything is good with you. All right. So I think we're going to need this logic a few more times. We also have another to-do here to cache some of this other stuff, so we might actually tackle some of that as well. Okay, so here's another one. So we do scene terrain render data query from line. So this is the one where we have that line down the center of the view frustum, and then we cull objects based off of that for the shadow pass. So this guy is basically going to be replaced. We're going to replace these two lines with our query from above. This is going to be the terrain attachments and terrain attachment indices. But otherwise, the lookups and everything will be the same. So we can go ahead and do that. And that should be fine. All right, so let's go on to the next one. So this is again going to be meshes. All right, so we're going to have to change this back to mesh. Mesh attachments. Mesh attachments. Okay. Let's go down a little bit further. And I think there's one more place that we actually have to do this. Yeah, one more. So this is terrain. All right. So that's done. I don't think there's anywhere else we need this. I believe that's it for that. Okay, so the next thing is the actual unload, which I don't think is actually going to be that bad. We basically just need to create, or I should say convert, these single objects into arrays of objects, right? So our skybox, for example, just needs to be u32 skybox count equals darray length scene skyboxes. For u32 equals 0, I is less than skybox count plus I. Oops, plus I. There we go. And then we can actually get rid of this and get rid of this. And then the address unload is going to be skyboxes sub I. And we're going to need the address of that, right? And then this is going to be scene skyboxes sub I. Again, need the address of that. And we don't need to zero anything out. All right, I believe also, let's see, this is the actual unload. So the unload doesn't actually destroy the arrays, right? It only destroys what's in them. So we should be good on that front. The other thing that we need to do is the directional lights. So we'll say U32 directional light count equals darray length scene directional lights. And then for U32 I equals 0, I is less than directional light count plus I. And I'm going to nuke this if statement there. And then scene directional light remove. Okay. So this was one place that we were actually doing that. So in this case, we're probably going to have to call the lighting system remove. And then pop it out of the array, I'm thinking. And we already destroyed its debug data here, so I really think this covers like most of what we need to do. We should just do lighting system directional light remove, right? And I think that only wants the light. Yes. So this is going to be scene dir lights sub I. And I believe this is an actual pointer to that, so we don't need the name, but we do need the address of it, right? So we remove that from the lighting system. And then, let's see, we need scene directional lights sub I, and we'll do generation equals invalid ID, which I think we actually forgot to do this on the skyboxes. So let me just go do that. So skyboxes, did we have a generation or anything on there? I forget. State, we have a skybox state, right? So this is going to be skybox state undefined. Okay. So we do that. Okay. So we always are going to have a directional lights, so that's not an issue. We do need to check to see if directional lights sub I dot debug data exists. If it does, we'll take a convenience pointer to it. So that's directional lights sub I dot debug data. Let's see. So we then destroy the line, unload and destroy it rather. And then we need to free that memory. And then we are going to set that to 0. Okay, so that's directional lights fixed. Point lights should be fine. Okay, also destroy the scene. Okay, so we do actually destroy the arrays down here. So we are just going to basically copy pasta this guy. We'll say scene directional lights darray destroy directional directional lights. Okay, so we have that. So we have a directional lights, and then we also need to do skyboxes. All right, so if scene skyboxes darray destroy skyboxes. All right, and then we zero memory in the whole thing, and that should be good there. So that's the actual unload, I believe, covered. Scene transform get by ID. Are we actually using that anywhere? So scene transform get by ID. It does look like testbed is using this for object selection. Okay. selection X form, which is actually a misnomer because it's actually a transform, right? So we have the selected object here. So we also use that to set the editor gizmo. Okay. So this is a pointer to that, right? Okay. So what we're going to do for right now is we're just going to disable this, and we're going to put a to-do object selection is broken until this is changed to use proper xforms. Okay. I believe scene transform get by ID, scene transform get by ID. I think that's the only actual use of it. So what we're going to do is we're also going to eliminate that, right? So scene transform get by ID. We're just going to eliminate it. All right. And the reason we're going to eliminate it is because we don't want to have that as another hoop that we have to jump through before we complete all this. All right. So scene save, which is kind of the whole thing that kicked all of this off. Since we are going to be changing the save format, I'm going to nuke all of this. Yep. All of it. And we are basically going to K error not implemented. Right? Okay, well, what do we got here? Suspicious usage of size of a pointer. What is this? That's just the... Oh, okay. Okay, this is the problem with having this named scene, right? So we had this name simple scene before, right? The name of the actual structure was simple scene. Now it's just scene, but the name of the variable is also scene. So I'm going to rename this to S. And that should resolve that issue, right? It's warning me because it's like, what are you doing, you bananas? That's not right. So this is actually going to be scene, the structure, not the variable, right? Okay, so that should be good to go. All right, let me go ahead and catch up on the chat. Been preoccupied lately, but I'm trying to dive back into my game project I'm working on. Nice. Yeah, I understand that feeling completely. Trust me. Decision for Forest, first time chat, welcome. Yeah, so the music playing here is from the Heartbound game, which is by Pirate Software. He was nice enough to allow it to be used on streams as sort of background music, so that is what I'm using for that, at least until we start developing a game on our own and maybe have our own OST, right? But that's a little bit of a ways off. The Heartbound soundtrack is fantastic. It's about 100 tracks, and the link is there now for you in chat. Cat Develop, yo, what up? How's it going? Thank you for the hydrate redeem. Actually, I was doing that already, but I'll do it again. Speaking of hydrate, we are about to have ads here in a second. And so what I like to do is pause the stream whenever ads come up so that nobody misses any content, right? And so I put a timer on the screen so that you guys know exactly when we're coming back. And so I would also urge you to hydrate whenever the ads come up, right? I think it's got about probably a little less than a minute. So yeah, whenever that comes up, I do like to pause the stream so that anybody that doesn't have a sub or what is it? Not Twitch Prime, Twitch Turbo. Anybody that basically sees ads doesn't miss content, right? So we like to do that. And I usually explain that during the ad break as well for the YouTube side, but since I've already kind of done that, I probably won't do that this time around. But we are going to have those just in a second. Let's see. Let's look for the next error really quickly. So we do have... very strangely, like the bottom of this for some reason is just completely cut off, which is very strange. But what's not strange is that we have ads. So for those of you on the YouTube side, I know that ads work a little bit differently over there, but let's see. Oh, for some reason it wasn't on live chat mode for the YouTube side, so it looks like I missed a couple messages there. Hey, I was wondering if we got an extra stream tonight. I'm working on the 55 video as we speak. You're pretty far along then. You're getting there. Yeah, so from Lake, I'm sorry about the... I missed the messages because for some reason YouTube keeps defaulting to top chat, which doesn't show me everything. And I want live chat so that I actually see all the messages. So yeah, that's what that's about. But yeah, I've fixed that because I'm like, man, it's awfully quiet over there on the YouTube side. But it's not. It was just not showing me the messages for some reason. I don't know why it does that. But yeah, that's it's not just Twitch getting all the love, I promise. Max getting down on Friday. Yes, we are. We are doing a little bit of an extra stream today. So yeah, we're just finishing up these ads and then we'll get back into it. Last week I finished up a normal mapping and parallax mapping and my engine feels good, man. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. All right, we are back. Ads are dead. Let's see. Okay, so for some reason, my scene attachment release is like missing the end of the definition of the function. I'm not sure what happened here. So we have static mesh, terrain, point light, directional light. Skybox. Break. And then case, scene node, attachment type unknown, and that's coupled with default. Break. And then, let's see, we need 1, 2, and 3. There we go. All right, so we still do have some destruction to do on these things. Oh, I already took care of Skybox. Okay, so it was actually just missing the attachment type unknown and then like the end of the function for some reason. I'm not really sure why that is. Okay, so attachment release. Okay, so we are going to need that. I'm not worried about it just yet. The other thing that we're not doing in our actual scene unload is we are not doing our hierarchy graph destroy, right? Because we really should be destroying that as well. So that needs to be s.hierarchy. Destroy the hierarchy graph, which I believe should release all the handles and stuff that it has. I think this needs to be the address of that. Yes. Okay. So we do that. I don't think we have to manually release any of the handles or anything like that. Okay. Let's see. So the Xform system looks like it has some issues now. So let's go to that. It's probably bleating because we actually removed the Xform struct, which we actually don't need anymore. So Xform here it is. So Xform from handle. We're not going to do that anymore because that structure doesn't exist. So that function doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we do have a few more errors here. Our forward render graph, I'm not surprised that that has some issues in it. But also scene.h. Actually, wait, is that... No, that's the forward render graph again. Okay. So I guess forward render graph is the next thing we need to investigate. Forward render graph. I don't think there's anything in the header file that has to change. So it's all going to be in the implementation, I believe. Okay, so frame prepare. We have the scene directional light. This is now directional lights, plural. And we are going to take the first one of those, right? And that's going to be essentially hack. All right, where did that go? Here it is. All right, so that's going to be a hack. Using the first light in the collection for now. To do support for multiple directional lights with what's the word that I'm looking for? Not preference, not weight, priority, sorting. I guess that's fine for now. We probably also ought to just do a quick check. So if scene dir lights exists, then we use the first one. Otherwise, we're going to say it's null. I don't know if that's 100% safe either, to be completely honest, but we'll try it. All right, so the skybox pass is going to wind up being the same thing, right? So for right now, the skybox pass is there's only one skybox. Theoretically, we could have multiple skyboxes. And what would essentially that mean? We could have different skyboxes with different, completely different setups in them, and you could technically transition from one to another, or technically have like different portions of a level or a scene use a different skybox, right? Or reference a different skybox. So theoretically, we can have more than one. And our level actually supports that. So we are going to need to support that in here as well. Let's see. Apothum, good to see you. Welcome. Cotton Papero. What is Forsen? What? I think that's like the second time that you come in here and said that. I don't know what that is about. What is that? I don't know what that is all about. Let me see. Actually, that's the only thing that you've put in here. So I'm not sure what you're on about with that. I would say just like explain what that is. Otherwise, I might have to time you out. All right. Let's see. So a skybox with an alpha channel to layer them. So it could technically be layered, or maybe you could interpolate between them. So a really good example of this is actually in World of Warcraft, right? When you're transitioning from one zone to another in that, in a lot of places, the skybox actually changes, but it sort of fades from one to another, right? So you might have multiple skyboxes for that reason, right? And just kind of fade in between them, maybe. Multiple skyboxes should definitely be supported. Some games have the weirdest glitches where they clearly only support one skybox at a time. Exactly, yeah. Like when going into a cave in an open world. Yeah, so, there's all kinds of use cases for that. So, yeah, you missed the golden days of WoW, exactly. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed it up until the end of Lich King, honestly. And after that, it kind of started to die off for me. But yeah, that's a whole topic of discussion for sure. But yeah, I use that as an example because a lot of people are familiar with it, and that's one case where you might have multiple skyboxes, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to institute basically the same hack for now. So just use the first one for now, and then we'll do a to-do, support for multiple skyboxes, possibly transition between them. And that may wind up actually being something that we implement a little bit differently versus multiple skyboxes. Maybe we support transitioning like different skybox materials or something, right? So there's a bunch of ways we could go with that, but for right now, I'm just going to say we should support multiples. But we're going to say if scene skyboxes exists, then we're going to say scene skyboxes sub-0. Otherwise, we are going to use null for that. Okay. So let's see. What is this bleating about now? Oh, skybox and int. Scene skyboxes use skybox sub-0. Oh, I think this needs to be address of. Not the clearest error message on that, but we got it. All right, let's see what else is in here. Okay. So this is going to wind up being a hack of a hack. So right now, we actually really need to fix irradiance maps, right? We need to generate separate maps for this, but that is still going to be tied to the skybox. So we're going to do hack number 2. Support for multiple skyboxes, but using the first one for now. And to do support multiple skyboxes, irradiance maps. So we'll do, let's do scene skyboxes, then scene skyboxes sub-0, dot cube map texture, right? So we just kind of pull that out. What is this bleating about? Oh, I forgot to complete the ternary statement, right? So this should probably be texture system default cube texture. So we have something to fall back on if we don't have that. So we'll use the default cube texture as the radiance map in this case. All right, let's move on to the next one. If there is any more errors here, it doesn't look like there are. So let's go ahead and try and build this again. Okay, so I'm not surprised there's errors in mesh. I think we were looking at this last night and noted some things that needed to be fixed in here. So let's go to the top of the file and iterate our errors from there. So when mesh create, we are no longer saving off the config. So I think it was just a config, resource name, and geometry configs, right? So we don't do this anymore. The config we don't have a name anymore. Do we have out mesh resource name? We do have. So we'll do string duplicate config resource name. We'll wrap this in a if config resource name. Then we'll do that. We don't have the name anymore, so let's get rid of that. Okay, so if mesh resource name, since that's local, initialization is complete. Otherwise, we have the geometry configs. Let's see. We don't have that saved off currently. So that's going to be... We probably shouldn't be doing that here. This could be done on create. And then load essentially goes through those, I'm assuming. Yeah, the config geometry count. Okay, so we're not saving off the config anymore. So we'll need to save the geometry configs off. So let's go to here. Like we have the geometries and the geometry count, but we don't have the geometry configs, right? We have a geometry count here, but we don't have the geometry configs. So what we'll do is we'll put those here. And actually, yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So we can do, if we have if config gconfigs, then config, mesh rather, out mesh, gconfigs. Let's see, should we take a copy of that? We should, because we are going to destroy the config otherwise. So let's actually do this. Let's do outmesh geometry count equals config geometry count. And then gconfigs is going to be kallocates size of geometry config times outmesh geometry count. And we're going to do the memory tag array on there. And then we'll do a k copy memory. The destination is going to be outmesh g configs. The source is going to be config g configs, and the size is going to be size of geometry config times outmesh gconfigs. right? So actually we should probably also here, we should say if gconfigs and config.geometry count is greater than 0, then we do that, right? Why is this bleating? Oh, this should be geometry count. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's mesh create. So we basically just copy the configuration at that point, which also means we don't need to do this, right? And then we should probably also include like a k error here to say cannot initialize a mesh without either a resource name or at least one geometry configuration. Right? That way we get some sort of meaningful error from that. All right, and mesh load, we now no longer need to look at config for this. Okay. I don't think we would have gotten to load if we didn't have gconfigs, right? But we'll go ahead and we'll be explicit. We'll include an error message here as well. Cannot load a mesh without either a resource name or at least one geometry configuration. Then we have a geometry count loop here. We don't need the config anymore there. Clean up allocations for the geometry config. Okay, so geometry system config dispose. So we take that. This may or may not be relevant, but I have a feeling that we're going to wind up reworking some of this anyways.
Can you say that again?
Alexa, stop. Forgot to mute the stupid thing again. Let's see. Is a geometry like a submesh? Yes. So a geometry is what has the raw sort of data for geometry, or for, that's a bad way, that's a bad definition. A geometry contains the raw data that makes up said geometry. For example, it contains our vertex data, how big each vertex is, how many we have, how far into the vertex buffer it's actually offset, and then the same data for the indices, the index data, right? And so it kind of contains all of that data in one place. It also contains extents information, so min, max on all three axes, what the center of the geometry is, the generation, which is basically for any changes to the geometry. Like if we reload a geometry from disk or something like that, that is what the generation is for. And so this is used essentially to quickly be able to essentially upload and unload this data from the GPU. It also contains a pointer to a material which is going to be changing, right? Because we're going to be representing materials with handles here very soon. But it does contain a reference to the material that is used for that. So right now we do have a limitation of one material per geometry, but a mesh can contain multiple geometries. So an example of that is our Sponza mesh that contains multiple geometries. So I hope that makes sense. Hey, I got an IDE. I got an IDE for get memory usage string. Do you mean like you got an error for that or a warning from your IDE? You'll have to be a little bit more specific. I'm not sure what you mean. Lucas, I'm not sure what you mean by that. All right. Yo, dog, I heard you like hacks, so I put a hack into your hack. Yes, exactly. Double hack. Double hack. In fact, you know what? Because I'm a doofus. Double hack. For any of you old school Unreal fans, you might realize what you might recognize what I'm referencing there. Dave L, hey, how's it going? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Let's see. First time chat from Lake. Are you the same from Lake that's over on YouTube? I had to check. Forzen is a Swedish streamer, 24 years old, plays StarCraft and Hearthstone. I mean, maybe Hearthstone. Suspended for Twitch for accidentally showing stuff that shouldn't be shown. Got banned for using. Oh, okay. So is that like what the person is spamming? I don't understand. Like they come into the stream and just say that once and they've done it 3 times. It is you. Okay, I figured. That's a weird thing to do, like to just come into like somebody's stream and just like put one word and then walk out. Very strange. Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate you looking into that. If he does it again, he's banned for sure. It's like a meta joke of Twitch to say Forsen with no context. Yeah, I don't. I guess I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, I feel like it can be a meta joke if like it's not funny unless you're in the know. Yeah, fair enough. Is that what it is though? It's just like some streamer that got banned for something stupid? Is that what it's about? And is it people trying to get themselves banned? I'm not sure. Let's see. He's not banned. He's been banned a lot, though. He's one of the biggest on Twitch. I guess he's in a category that I don't follow or something, because I'm not familiar with who that is. 10K daily. Oh, okay. That shows you how much I watch in terms of, like, gamers and stuff like that. Like, I don't watch a whole heck of a lot of that type of content on Twitch. I usually watch programming content. That's interesting, though. He plays games, I make them. Exactly, yeah. I don't tend to watch too much in terms of gameplay, except for, like, Pirate Software is interesting to watch when he plays games. Let's see. I added 2 fields in the memory state. Keep track of the allocation and deallocation since the last call. Helps keeping track of possible leaks. Very useful for the tag system. Should I PR it? I would say, yeah, go ahead and open up a PR. I do have something that keeps tabs on the overall number of allocations per frame, but I don't have anything that does it by tag. So yeah, and if it looks good, I will definitely take it. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Cool. Yeah, and that's, I guess, an important part, something important that I should bring up to all of you guys who are watching. If you guys see something that that you think is a bug or something that you can fix, feel free to open a PR, right? If the PR is good and the fix is good and you can fully explain what it is that you've done, I'd be more than willing to take that on. I was watching Pirate Software playing Noita. Yeah, I was watching that the other day. Do you know how that game manages to handle so much dynamic particle sims? I'm not too familiar with the game, but it looks pretty impressive. I would have to guess that one of the things that probably helps with that is the low resolution of the game, right? I know that every pixel on the grid essentially is a different material. Now, I would imagine they've probably got some sort of map under the hood for that, right? Where it's not like powered by the texture that's there or like the color of the pixel or something like that. They probably have a per pixel map with like this section is rock versus this section is wood or something like that. And I'm guessing that's probably how they do it. And then in terms of, cutting through that and stuff, you just have different essentially health values for each one of those points on that grid. And whenever that health value disappears, the pixel disappears, right? So the wood might have less health than a rock, for example. So if you've got a medium powered weapon, maybe it'll go through the wood but not the rock unless you shoot it several times. Something like that is what I'm thinking on the surface. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a very cool effect. Pretty sure the creators of Noita has done a couple interviews where they explain how it was done. Yeah, I would be interested in watching that, actually. That's just my guess, just by looking at how it's done. It may be more complex than that. It may be simpler than that. I'm not sure. But it is a really cool system, and it's actually kind of made me want to make something similar to that. But it's also being interrupted by ads, because ads are a thing. So for those of you who are new to the channel, we like to go ahead and pause the stream whenever ads come up so that nobody misses anything. So I'm going to take a second and hydrate. You guys should do the same. I know YouTube side is a little bit different in terms of ads, but yeah, we just we take a 90-second break once every half hour. You're breaking the matrix. You're on both chats. I mean, I appreciate that. It gives me a view on both sides, so thank you. Does Kohi have an app icon yet? Actually, not officially, but I actually have one. I have something that I can use for it. I should probably answer that when we come back from ads, actually. Thanks a lot. Keep up the good work. Love what you're doing. Awesome. I appreciate that, Lucas. Thank you. All right, so let me actually pull up. Almost done with ads, by the way. Cool, ads are done. All right, so somebody over on the YouTube side actually asked, does Kohi have an app icon yet? And it doesn't currently, but the one I'm going to use is actually this little coffee icon right here. So I'm going to use that probably without the letter treatment, but that's going to wind up being the icon for it. Which I don't know if I actually have that on here yet or not anywhere else, but I do have it on my my personal server. So yeah, that's what we're going to wind up using for that. It may or may not change in the future, but for right now, that's the idea. Okay. So I don't think I missed any chats. Nope. Okay, cool. All right. So, what were we doing? Mesh. We still have more config stuff that we didn't sort out, apparently. Yes. Okay. And the destroy. So we don't have the name anymore. That's gone. Resource name is there. Okay. Right. And parent name is gone. That's no longer a thing. So that's done. All right. Scene. Unused variable name. That's on 122. Oh, right. Okay, so we string dupe the name for nothing. I'm just going to comment that out for now because I'm not 100% sure that we don't want to keep names, right? Why is it giving me that again? Did I not save it? Okay. unexpected type name scene. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be a naming thing again. 315. Yeah. So the variable is called scene as the same as the type is. That's the problem here. So we actually need to go to the top of this function. Oh, wait a minute. We have... It is named S, right? So 315. This should be just S. And this should be dir lights. Didn't we get... Directional light. New directional light, I guess, is going to be... Yeah, that's what we want to use. We don't want this. We want new dir light data direction. Let's see. The other game that I think has some really cool simulations is Rain World, which has the procedural animation system. I'm not familiar with that one, but I'm going to look it up. Let's see. Are you talking about this one? I'm going to mute this because I don't want to get hit for that. Ooh, yeah, this does look neat. I love this kind of style stuff. And I think something like this would be really cool if made in 3D as well. I think that would be really, really cool. Yeah, this looks neat. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wishlist this. For sure. That looks really neat. I like the look of that game a lot. Okay. Unused functions, scene attachment release. I mean, do you have to bleat about that, though? Really? Let's do... Scene destroy. Do we not have a scene destroy? Can't be. I don't think we actually have a scene destroy, really? How is that possible? We have an unload. Scene initialize. Scene load. We really don't have a scene destroy. How did we not have a scene destroy all this time? Okay. That's interesting. Void scene destroy. To do this. Okay. I'm not sure how we missed that. There's a video of the presentation about how the devs did it. It's really slick. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. I'll definitely have to check that out for sure. Let's see. Okay. So it's bleating about this function not being called. So I guess literally what I'm going to do is just say scene attachment release. Joa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. I'll just pass through scene, and then I'm just going to pass null as attachment just to make that be quiet, right? So, to do, remove this, right? And then this here is just going to be actually destroy the thing. All right, and we'll worry about that once we get the other stuff fixed. Okay, scene loader. Okay, so this is the spot that I'm surprised, or I'm not surprised to see has an issue, right? So this is actually kind of what I wanted to get back to. And I'll bet these are all scene loader issues. Yeah. Okay. So the scene loader is going to be completely different. And as a refresher, this is what our scene file looks like now. This is going to be changing dramatically, actually, because we need the ability to nest objects in one another, right? And we need to come up with like a more expressive syntax than what we have here, because I feel like this is very good for flat sets of data, but for something that needs to be a lot more expressive than this, it's not so great. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort of make our own file format that is maybe somewhat close to like a JSON type of format, but not 100%, right? We're going to have a little bit looser rules for it, and some things are going to be handled a little bit differently. But we are going to essentially make our own file format and then rewrite our scene loader to both read and write from that file format, and then create configuration based on that. So that's the next step. Here comes the XML. Yeah, no, we're not doing XML. No, thank you. Yeah, XML was good in 1996. Right? Definitely not going to be a thing here. The only place I'll be parsing XML is in file formats that use it, like Collada or something like that, right? Other than that, no thank you. So we're going to try and make something a little bit more expressive than that. And hopefully not as verbose. That's the idea anyway. So, I guess let's commit this first so that we have a sort of clear line in the sand. Fixed issues around scene changes up until the scene loader. All right, and I'll go ahead and push this so that way if you guys want that code, you can get it. All right, so what I'm thinking, actually, let me open the source file here on the right, so that you guys can kind of see that, but we're not going to work on the right because like this whole section down here winds up being kind of behind my head over to the right. So we don't want that. I think I can actually scooch this over a little bit though. All right. And what we want instead, let's see, we're actually going to create a new file for this. So let's do, under scenes, we are going to add a new file. Let's call this test scene 2. Original name, I know. And we're going to change the file extension as well, because this is no longer a simple scene, right? This is a scene. So let's do... Should we do KSC or KSN? I think KSN is fine. Let's do KSN. All right. So there's a couple things that we want to do. We want to support comments. All right. We also want to support blocks, right? So I'm thinking blocks like this, right? So our main scene, should our main scene be outside of a block? I'm thinking it actually probably should. No, let's put it in a block, right? Let's make sure that, let's make everything in a block, right? Because then we can have block types. And so in this case, we might do, maybe we have, should we do should we do this, right? Like JSON, where we have like an object block that's set to an identifier here. Let's see, KSM, kohi static mesh. Yes, yep, that's what a KSM is. KSN is kohi scene, is what that's standing for. So yeah. Kokala. Kokala. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. The display for that's a little bit small on my screen, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you for the follow over on the YouTube side. Appreciate that. Okay, so we could do something like this. We could also say something like properties equals. Right, so maybe the equal sign is always going to be our sort of our assignment, right, instead of this, because that's a little bit weird. So maybe we say this, and then inside of this we might have like name equals test scene, right, or whatever. Maybe we have description equals a simple test scene, right? And maybe we could even like do string trims on this, right? So we'll basically split the string by this guy and then trim each individual element, right? So trim the value. And then down here we can have like roots, right? For like root elements. And roots, like that might be an array, right? And then each one inside of that maybe is an object, comma separated, right? And maybe this is how we do our hierarchy. So like each one of these things is a node, right? So then we have like name equals sponza. And then we have resource file. And that is, I think, also sponza. Resource name. And maybe we don't do quotes, right? And maybe the new line separates the record so that we don't have to have like all the comma token parsing and all that stuff. Maybe that's the way we should go. Let's see. KSN is kohi scene. Yep. I mean, I could have gone with KSC as well, I was thinking, right? Scene nested. I mean, yeah, but we don't really call it scene nested anywhere in the code base, right? Do you prefer brackets over indentation? So that was another thing that I was thinking about. Like we could do the YAML style thing, right? Where we could instead of having a structure like this, maybe we could do roots, right? And then maybe like sponza, or even, well, I guess, yeah, so maybe we could have the name be here and then its properties be here. So like resource name equals sponza, and then like, or actually we should probably do, maybe we could do name equals sponza right here, and then this would just be node, right? And so like this would be a property of the node. And then actually we would want to do something like attachments. Right? And then maybe attachment. Right? This kind of feels verbose though. Like I don't know if I like this. And so the attachment would have like resource name is sponza. And then maybe the X form is all of this stuff, right? So I'm just going to copy pasta this. Right, maybe something like that. And actually this would have to be like this, right? But that already kind of feels like that's a lot of indentation. I don't know if I want that much. Why not JSON? I would think it'd be useful for such data. I mean, we could do that, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out, like how I want to do this. And I don't know if I want to use standard JSON because that's got like a lot of rules in terms of how it's parsed. It's not the end of the world, but I'm thinking we're going to probably wind up with something pretty close to JSON, to be honest. You have nightmares from PHP and JSON? Yeah, I mean, I don't know though. Modern PHP is so much better than it used to be. So like, this to me is kind of, I don't know how I feel about indentation, right? Because if your editor is wrong, or your number of spacings are wrong, like what defines an indentation, right? It could be 2 spaces instead of 4. And what if you have one editor that does 2 spaces and then somebody else opens the file and they have 4 for a tab, right? Like that could get hairy really quickly. Which is kind of why I'm leaning more towards this type of format. Because indentation can get very weird. Whereas something like this, you know, which is kind of like JSON, right? Only minus like the commas everywhere. Maybe this is the way to go. So like roots would be an array of something, right? And then like roots would be an array of nodes, essentially. I guess we could say nodes. Right? And then this would be a node. So it would have a name. And then it would have attachments. Which actually should be an array as well. Right, so technically speaking, this should be something like that, and then attachments should be an array. right? And then here even like type equals static mesh, right? Like maybe we go with something kind of like this, where we define properties that way. This is actually, yeah, okay. And then after attachments, we would also have children, right? So maybe, whoops, I keep doing, so maybe we should have like this, right? So the children would then also be nodes, right? So we would then have a child here, for example, that might be, I don't know, name equals tree, right? And then attachments equals, you know, an array of things, and then we have this, and it just kind of goes into perpetuity like that, right? And so this, something like this would give us the capability to be able to nest stuff inline very, very easily. And I think that that's a lot more expressive than what we had. So I'm just thinking, there's a few rules that we need to figure out. To align line according to the current indentation, just push equals 2 times in command mode. Useful trick with Vim. Oh, really? In command mode? So like this? Or do you mean in normal mode? Oh, you mean in normal mode. Okay. So like if this is, because I know how to like move it over one, right? But like, oh, okay. That's a new one. I didn't know that one. Thank you. Learn something new every day. So I think this format works. And I think we can do this without all of the comma stuff. Yeah, I didn't know that, right? I've been using Vim now for a while and I didn't know that one. So that's super useful. Hopefully I'll remember to actually use it. I think this works as a format. Right? We could use like regular JSON, but I don't like, I'm not a huge fan of having commas all over the place, right? To me, like, this is much easier to work with, I think. We can either have spaces or not have spaces. It doesn't matter here. When we go to serialize this out to a file, anyways, it's not going to matter. The only place that not having commas would get weird is if we try to put all this stuff on one line. We obviously can't do that. So maybe from that perspective, maybe it would be better to have commas. The other thing that might get a little bit weird is if we don't use quotes in this, but we do use commas, strings get a little bit weird when we start talking about that, right? So if we were to have some description like this, that's like that, a simple test scene, yo, right? And we use commas, all of a sudden that breaks the entire format. So we could represent strings like this. So maybe we need to, whoops, actually, that needs to be here. Right, so that we don't have, so this doesn't count as a syntactic or a token, like a comma token. Because if we did that, and we require strings to have quotes around them, then we could do this, right? Which is essentially JSON at that point. Ganbin, or Ganbin? Gambino. Maybe that's what it is. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Sorry for butchering your name, right? YAML supports both with and without quotes, doesn't it? I think it does, which is kind of why I was like trying to avoid the whole quote thing, right? So like because it just becomes a pain in the butt, right? And like if I can get away with not doing that, that would be ideal. So like, oh, we have ads. Missed that. Sorry, it's a little bit late there. Let's see. I'm going back to binge watch the series. Bye, everyone, and thanks. Awesome. I appreciate it, Lucas. See you around. And you already put up the PR, I think you said you were going to do that, so I'll take a look at that. Appreciate you putting that up. Thank you. So we are almost done with ads. All right. Ads are dead. All right, so this is the YAML website. So I'm just kind of taking a look at like what they have here. I wish they had like an example. Let me see if I can find one. Because I haven't. Yeah, like something like this, right? So like the equivalent of this in YAML would be, go away. This is weird to me. Like this kind of syntax is weird to me. So this is essentially this looks like it's denoting an array. And then this is an individual entry into the array. And then these are properties within that entry, is what I'm getting from that. So technically this does allow us to get away from like commas and let's see, name. Yeah, so like the only thing we'd have to be concerned with is like how do we deal with this character if it's in the middle of a string. So this is sort of the object here. and then it contains data, and then data contains these things. I don't know that that's going to be simpler to parse, to be completely honest. Yeah, no problem with the ad break screen. I don't like people to miss content, right? Even if we're kind of just fumbling about ideas like this, right? Like I don't like people to miss stuff behind ad screens, so I try to break the stream for that. Don't know for sure, but that's a header or something you see at the top of all YAML files. Yeah, so Iron Dugen, it looks like, or wait, Iron. I'm just going to say Iron. Yeah, try to avoid dropping links in the chat. If you want to send a link, just do it through the Discord server, because Twitch is kind of picky about that. Because we had issues with people like spamming links at one point, so I think yeah, it says it timed you out for 30 seconds, but after that, yeah, just let me know what you were trying to post and just put it in the Discord server and just at me at it, and I'll see it. Let's see. I think the case is if you use a colon in a string, it would break unless you use quotes, which are optional for those cases. Yeah, so that kind of falls along the same thing, I feel like, right? Like, I don't know that this is much simpler to parse, only because, like, you have to track indentation anyways. Like, so it's either tracking indentation or you're tracking the amount of open curly braces, right? So I still feel like this kind of setup is probably better and or simpler, right? And we could still have the rule of like maybe we just don't allow single line statements, like what we kind of had up here for a second. And if we don't allow that, then the only issue would be that you couldn't have an equal sign in the middle of the string. But I think that's kind of a non-issue for this format, right? Or should we just bite the bullet and just parse strings and just say, hey, every string has to have quotes? Like, maybe we ought to just do that, right? So, like, maybe at least for values of things, maybe we should just require this, right? Like, even this X form, which is technically a bunch of numbers. I guess we could say that that's like an array of numbers, right? So I guess we don't necessarily have to do it with that one. Dino, thank you for the raiding party of 26. How are you doing tonight? What did you get up to on your stream? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, YAML is white space sensitive, so indentation non-tab matters. Yeah, exactly. So I kind of want to avoid that, just because tabs get really weird, right? Especially with people's different editor settings. So I think you like the quotes; it makes things easier to read. That's kind of what I'm leaning more towards, anyways. And I think there's going to be situations where we're going to want that, right? Case of use quotes. With text and spaces, you'll have a problem with trim spaces. Yeah, you mean like, are you talking about like trimming these kind of spaces? Yeah, I think so. So, anyway, really quickly, for all of the raiders, I don't know how many of you guys here are new to this stream and haven't been here before, but I will give a quick intro as to what we're doing here. So first of all, welcome. We are developing the Kohi game engine, which is a game engine developed in C using Vulkan as its initial rendering backend. We developed the entire thing on Stream, and it's mostly written from scratch. I say mostly because there are a couple sections where we're using header-only libraries for things like loading images and loading font files. But other than that, we are doing everything else from scratch here. So the Kohi game engine started off as like a YouTube tutorial series. I can't talk today, apparently. And we changed formats a couple of different times on that, and eventually wound up live streaming it, right? So a couple of important highlights. The engine is cross-platform, so it does compile on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS currently. It is royalty-free, meaning you don't owe us anything, right? Like, it is free and open source. So it's available here on GitHub, is Apache 2.0 licensed, which means that if you use the game engine, the only thing that I ask is that you said you use the game engine. That's literally it. There will never be any sort of licensing fees. There will never be any sort of royalties. All of this will be 100% free. In addition to that, everything that is on the YouTube channel is also 100% free, because I think it's important that education be free. And this is done as an educational exercise, and is looking into a way of building a game engine and what some of the different things that we're going to try. Sometimes things will succeed, sometimes things will fail, and we'll have to rework those. But the idea is to see the actual process, including all of the running into issues, errors, troubleshooting, all that stuff that goes into developing a game engine, right? So we're not looking to compete with like Unreal or Unity or anything like that. I'm just one guy doing this in my spare time. But the idea is that it's supposed to be sort of the resource that I wish I had when I was actually learning how to do this stuff. So we do have a Discord. It's got over 700 people on it now. I think it's approaching 800 people, I want to say. I haven't checked that count recently. And so, yeah, like I said, everything here is 100% free. We don't paywall any of it, actually, anywhere on the YouTube or anything. So we do have like a Patreon and a Kofi and that kind of thing. And essentially all that gets you is my appreciation, right? It's a way to support my work, but there's nothing, it doesn't buy you any extra content that isn't available already for free, right? So it is a way to say thanks and a way to support my work, but it's by no means necessary because I want it to be an even and level playing field, right? So that's kind of the overall overview there, right? So I hope that makes sense. And yeah, I will go ahead and also drop a link here to kohiengine.com, which is sort of the hub to this whole project, right? So this is an interactive stream. I do enjoy talking with you guys and interacting with you. So if you have any questions or comments or things you want to bring up or chat about, feel free to do so in the chat. I do watch it. And I watch chat on Twitch and YouTube. We are simulcasting. So welcome. All right. All the payments we make to Travis is just emotional support. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. In case of quotes. Oh, you have I already read that one. Okay. Okay, cool. So what we're currently discussing is we have recently redone our scene to basically have a separate transform versus hierarchy system. So we've taken the traditional thing that you might see a lot of times where you have a hierarchy of transforms. We've separated that out into two different concerns. So now we have a hierarchy that is just one view of the scene that is responsible for managing transforms and a hierarchy of those transforms. And the transforms themselves are just a flat list. And so we reference those things with handles. That is also a newly implemented system that we've put in. And so we have all of that, I believe, in place and working, but now we're talking about the actual file format. So what we're looking at here on the right is the initial file format that we had, which is kind of a flat list of things. It's a bit like an INI file. For those of you that are familiar with that. So we had some stuff here like versioning information, some global scene information like name and description, and then each of the different types of objects that can be added to a scene are listed here. So we have an open and a closing tag for each one of those, and then we have properties inside it, one property per line, separated by an equal sign. And this was very good and easy to stand up and quick to get going initially, but it's not very expressive. We can't actually nest objects in this. We can't declare hierarchy. The only hierarchy that we had was the ability to basically come in here and say something like parent name equals Sponza, right? And then when we were parsing that scene, we would say, okay, well, we got to this one. Do we have something named Sponza? Okay, set its transform parent, right? We're not doing that anymore because that was a temporary system. We're doing something much more robust. So we're coming up with a new file format to replace that. And we've kind of looked at a couple of different things, and I think we're going to wind up landing on something that's pretty close to JSON with a few changes is what I'm thinking, right? So first and foremost, we are going to support comments. So any line that begins with a double slash is going to be a comment. I may also support block comments. I haven't decided yet whether or not I want to support that. So I'm not putting that in yet. But basically, we're going to have an identifier here, and then an equal sign, and then whatever the value of that thing is. So we're thinking that settable types of I guess, values, for lack of a better term, will be you can have a string that's a value of something. You can have like a number. We can have this, which is going to be a transform. Or we can have an object, which is going to be denoted by these curly braces, which can contain more properties. Or you can also have an array, which is going to be like this. So it's a lot like JSON. But the difference being we don't have to put commas all over the place, so we don't have to do this, right? We're going to avoid doing that. That does mean that we can't have multiple things on one line, but I think I'm okay with that. And so that is more or less kind of where we're winding up at the moment. So the other thing that I suppose we could do, if we did want to have single line support, maybe instead of using a comma, we could do this, right? To say this is the end of the object, right? So we could theoretically do this, and that would allow us to have something that looked like that, right? Which is a little bit more compact. But that's going to be a little bit more tricky in terms of, our parsing. Not the end of the world, but a bit more tricky. So, kind of we're just kind of trying to figure out the basic syntax rules at the moment, right? So we could do commas. I never personally liked like this format with the comma. Like that always felt weird to me in JSON. Let's see. Why make it compact if it becomes messy? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? But like it might be useful for something that has like a single property, for example, right? Like if you had an attachment, for example, that didn't really have any or more than one property, like maybe let's say it was only like a type equals folder, right? Or something like that, right? Like it literally just represents a folder node in the scene or something like that, right? That doesn't really have any properties. Like it might be useful to express it like that. That's kind of a contrived example, but more or less that's kind of what I'm going for. So in this case, like our node hierarchy would just be an array of nodes. Each node would have a name, a set of attachments, which could be like a static mesh, a skybox, a light, multiple things. It can have children, and technically speaking, the X form for that would live at this level. Oh, the double equals thing didn't work this time. All right, interesting. Okay. So, we could have X forms at this level. We currently don't, actually. So our attachments don't have those. They get their X form from the node that they belong to. So this is actually what that would look like. And the order of these doesn't really matter. And then children obviously would have, attachments of their own, yada, 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 right? And so this could definitely just be recursive. And the important thing here is that we need to be able to read and write this format. So we essentially need, I'm thinking we essentially are going to need to not only have a parser, but we're also going to need to have the ability to serialize and deserialize. Because I think that's going to be really important when it comes to setting up these attachments, right? So each of these attachment types should have like their own serializer and deserializer that can write out to tokens that then are output to a file. So I think we've got a lot of different things to actually be aware of when we're doing that. So I guess what we can do, I like the equal syntax. I'm a little bit unsure if I want to include semicolons in this or not. I kind of feel like I want to be able to do that, right? But we also want like inline comments, right? I guess this would be in block comments, right? And then we also want the ability to say comments at the end of the line, which is something that JSON doesn't support, right? So we want that. So we might eventually also want block comments. All right, I'm going to head out for the night, do a little gaming before waking up early. All right, Apotham, I appreciate you coming by. Thanks for stopping by and being here. It's good to see you again. Let's see. So children would use brackets, but Xform wouldn't. So an Xform is kind of a known type. So I would actually, in this case, it would be one of our known types that we know how to serialize and deserialize its data. So we know that this is going to be position is these first three, and then we have rotation is the next four, and then scale is the last three. So, we could do something like, we could do this, right? But it's not really an array. It's all one value, right? So we could either do that, or we could treat it as a string too. Maybe we could just do that, right? But that's a little bit, I feel like that's a little bit less ideal. So I don't know. Well, when we get ready to parse Xforms, we'll kind of figure out how that works. Initially, basically the way this is going to work is when we first start parsing this stuff, we're going to take each line, we're going to trim the line, then we're going to split on an equal sign if it exists, right? And we'll take everything on the left side of that to be the identifier and everything on the right side of that to be the value. And then based on what the identifier is, we'll know how to parse the value, if that makes sense. That's at least my quick thoughts about it, right? We might actually get a little bit more fancy with the tokenizer than that. I haven't decided yet. Taitlin Silva, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right. I think we have enough to go on. The only thing about this, right, is like when we're parsing a string, we have to be careful to like check for that, right? So I don't think I'm going to include the semicolons at the end of the line. I'm going to try and do it without those first, and if we really need it, then we can add it. Name equals Sponza, doesn't that need quotes like above? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's a few of these things that I haven't. Right, that would be like that. This one would be the same thing. right? And I'm just doing this to show that spacing doesn't really matter, right? Essentially, white space is going to be ignored here. So if you had it like all indented against the left or not indented at all, that wouldn't matter. Okay. So if we had an empty array, we would also have essentially that. Or we could even just not define it at all, right? So like maybe this tree object has no types of no attachments, right? Also, nodes that don't have a transform aren't going to be given like an XForm, right? If they don't have it defined, they're not going to have one. I think this should be good. Let's see. Spiro, good to see you, man. How are you doing? Bro is literally over here coming up with his own config file type, and I'm over here and integrating Twitch with Zig. Not the same, bro. No, definitely not. Each his own battles, exactly. And I would say you're probably winning that race in terms of interesting things at the moment, for sure. But how are you doing? For those of you who don't know who Spiro is, he is doing all kinds of awesome stuff on his channel with Zig and WebAssembly. And the dude is an absolute madman, and I love it. So there's a shout out. If you aren't following Spiro, definitely give him a follow. So he is basically making a game engine in Zig and compiling that to WebAssembly and then writing his renderer front end using the DOM in a browser. Yes, the DOM, not WebGL, not WebGPU, the DOM. So, yeah, he's doing really, really, really interesting stuff over there, and I highly suggest you guys follow his channel for sure. Let's see. You've had me glued to my seat watching you build this thing out for the last like 30 minutes at least. I appreciate that. Thanks for the shout out. Totally not necessary, but I hope I hope to be you when I grow up. Hardly, my friend. You're doing plenty of awesome stuff on your own, for sure. But I appreciate the kind words. Okay. So this makes me think what we actually need here, because I can actually see us using this for more than just scenes. So I'm actually thinking we write a parser for this, / a tokenizer. And then we can leverage that in our serializers for our different objects, right? So like for our meshes, our point lights, all that different stuff. That way they can serialize and deserialize to and from this format, all using our parser, right? And then if we do that as a separate thing and we don't just do it in the loader, then we can reuse that. Which is a little bit more work, but I think it's going to be worth it. So, trying to think if there's any other rules we need to come up with for this. So I'm going to say identifiers don't have to be surrounded in quotes. I have brain rot. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I love that username, by the way. Yak and Shears, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Wilger, hello. How's it going? Good to see you. Let's see. Okay. So what am I going to call this thing? Let's actually open, let's open our new K-scene file over here on the right. And then on the left, let's see. We need to put this under, we want this in our core engine for sure. I feel like we need to create a new folder for something we haven't actually done before. Parsers. And we are going to call this, what the heck do we want to call this? Do we want to be super cheesy and call this kohi script? That seems kind of, or should we call it KSON? Right? It's like JSON, but for like Kohi's version of it. KSON. Is that ridiculous or what? I feel like it's super ridiculous. 100% KSON. Yeah, heck with it. Let's just call it that. KSON parser.h. There, it's done. You know what else is done? Not ads. Ads are just starting. But they will be done in 90 seconds. So for those of you who are new to the channel, or over on the YouTube side, we have ads that are given to us once every 30 minutes for 90 seconds. So we like to pause the stream so that nobody misses any content. So we are doing that right now. I would highly suggest you guys hydrate. In fact, I should put that on the screen so that you guys see that too. We have a timer on the screen so that you guys can actually see when we are going to be back. I missed it. What does KSON stand for? Kohi script object notation. Right? So it's like JavaScript object notation is JSON. JSON or JSON. But now we have KSON, right? Or KSON. Lame, yeah. I don't know though. Is it? There is such a thing as CoffeeScript, as somebody put in chat. So I don't know. TV OML, that's awesome. I'm gonna wait till ads finish before I read the rest of those. We are almost done with ads anyway. All right, cool. Ads are dead. So, it's so ridiculous. It's good. Yeah. So yeah, we went with KSON, I think. Somebody also suggested TV OML. That almost makes me think TV OMG LOL. Maybe that's what we call it, right? Or KOMG LOL. Maybe that's our language. It's like Tamil. Yeah. I think I'm gonna. I mean, I can always rename it later, right? I think I'm gonna skip, or I'm gonna stick with KSON for right now. I think, just because it seems to be, it makes sense, I guess, right? All right. So we'll do KSON H. Define KSON H. All right. Whoops. And let's see. So our parser is going to need to know. It's going to need some state, definitely. So let's type def a struct. And we're going to call this KSON. Oops. Dang it. Stupid autocomplete failed me again. KSON parser. All right. And there's a couple things that I can think of off the top of my head that it's going to need to know. It's going to need the file content. It's going to need U32 position, right, where we are in the file. It's going to need a list of tokens, which we actually don't have defined yet. So let me actually open Oh wait, this is it here. So we need some token types, right? So we need type def enum, and we're going to say kson token type, right? Because the first thing that we're going to have to do when we're parsing this file is break it off into tokens. So we are going to have kson token type, and this is going to be unknown, is going to be 0, right? So that's going to be the default. And the reason that we're doing that is if we hit any tokens that don't have this changed and should, it's going to be immediately obvious, right? Because we're not going to do anything with the unknown type. We're just going to essentially, like, if we hit this, complain about it loudly and slap the user. So the first thing that we're going to want is we're going to want white space. Even though we're going to ignore it, we're going to tokenize it anyway. The next thing that we're going to have is we'll do a comment. We're also going to do an identifier. We are going to do a string. Actually, before we even do string, let's do assignment operator. Or maybe I should do operator. I'm just going to do operator. And then we'll do string. And then we'll do, I guess we should probably say string literal, right? And then numeric literal, right, for numbers. We could have... Yeah, this X form gets a little bit weird, though, because how are you going to know that it's an X form literal, right? It's essentially going to be a bunch of numeric literals separated by white space. I think that's fine, though. That should be fine. Okay. So we have token type. Let's see. We have assignment, which is covered by operator. We have strings. We have comments. We have numerics. I suppose we should have booleans. We are going to want that. So the next one we're going to have is probably, we're going to say object open and object close, right? That's going to be basically your opening and closing curly brace. And then we're going to have array, oops, if I can spell it right, open, and array close. I think that might be it for now. Okay. So, we don't have defines here. That's why it doesn't know what a U32 is. Right? So, we are going to have tokens, right? So this is the token type. We need a type def struct token. We'll do kson token. All right, and the first thing we're going to want here is kson token type. And then what we're going to do is we are going to store the start position and the end position in this whole file content string as to what the token contains, right? So we'll say U32 start and U32 end. And then that way, as we're going through it, you know, we can also get length from that. We have a type, so we know how to actually process the bytes that are within that. So that means here we have we have an array of KSON tokens. Right, so we'll just do this, tokens. We're going to say this is a D array, just to make things simple. Okay, so that will get us to tokenizing the whole thing, which is the first step. So once we've tokenized, at that point, we would want to hand off this to something to serialize and deserialize. So the way that I'm thinking about this is once we've tokenized this, we would essentially hand over our list of tokens to a scene parser, which would then, look for this identifier and all of this stuff. Should we build like a tree with this stuff in it? I'm kind of thinking we might want to do that. Right, so like maybe because that would actually make object traversal very easy to do. So maybe we also build, and I don't think we actually need the parser to do this. We can actually do this post parsing. So we might have like a type def struct KSON tree. Right? And in this, we would have type def struct KSON object. Those objects would have type def struct KSON property. Right? And the property would have identifier. I guess we could just say name. Right? So the name of the property. And then the value, which we would need to know a property type, right? So we have type def enum KSON property type, right? KSON property type. And so this would have KSON property type. So this would have a few types. It would have we'll say number, string, object, array. We could include X forms here, but I'm actually double thinking that now. Boolean is another one. And I actually think that's probably going to cover it. Let's see. Let me check chat here. Okay. Every time I enter a stream, everyone writes parsers. Yeah. You fly by the seat of your pants. That's funny. What's an operator? So an operator is basically the only one we're going to have is the equals sign, right? So we actually need to declare that, right? But we could theoretically have like something like position, right? Right, and then we could say x equals 5 plus 10, right? And so this plus would be another operator. I don't know if I'm going to support this right off the bat, but like this might be something that we want to do at some point, because maybe we'll have some sort of logic in here to say, well, take the position of, you know, something else's X position. Like maybe we do sponza dot position dot x plus 10 or something like that, right? For the initial version of this, I'm not going to support that, but that's like kind of what I'm thinking for that. So yeah, that's what we mean by operator. Let's see. This is a guy who's written a parcel several times before. Yeah, I've written a couple in here for sure. Spiro. You're just out here writing a parcel like it's nothing. Well, all I'm doing is like, I'm just trying to think of the data structures I'm going to need, right? Tokens are usually named after a symbol like open curly equals instead of naming after specific parsed nodes. Yeah, that's true. But I don't think, like, if I were splitting out my tokenizer to multiple languages, I would probably care more. I suppose that does make kind of sense, though. And now that I think about it, you are right about that. Like, instead of object open, it would be like curly brace open, right? Curly brace close, right? Bracket. Bracket open, bracket close. Yeah. So property types. I think those are the only 5 types we need to support for right now. I can always add to it, right? So our property has a KSON property type, right? So that way we know what to do with the actual data. And then for the actual value, I'm thinking we do a union. And let's see. So for numerics, maybe do we just go all the way to 64-bit numbers? I think so. But I'm going to say I64. Right. And so I'll call this I guess, right? And then we'll also have so we'll also have string. So we'll do S for string. Object is just going to be, I'm going to do a void pointer for that. Actually, no. I'm going to do a KSON object for that. Right? And I'll explain my decision here in a second. So we have the object. We also have an array, which is also going to be an object. And then we have a Boolean. So B8, and that's just going to be B. So this is going to have to be... so the object is going to have properties which can have objects. So I'm going to have to for declare this here. Struct KSON object. And I'll just use the struct tag here, right? And then I'm going to call this union. Let's call that value. right? So the way that this is going to work is the union allows us to say, well, the value is either going to be an int or a string or a pointer to another object or a Boolean. And then depending on the type, we could basically just have a switch statement, and then that will tell us what one of these we need to access, right? So that is that. That's a single property. So the case and object will have multiple case and properties. So we can do properties. This will be a D array, so we can easily add to it. And then we're also going to have a type def enumeration. That's going to be case-in object type. Object type. And there's only going to be two of these. Object type object. And case-in object type array. Right? So basically arrays and objects are going to be more or less the same. But an array is basically just going to be a case-in object that has multiple properties, which are objects, right? Which an object can also have. So really the only difference between an object and an array is the syntax that declares it, right? But you're going to wind up with basically a list of objects either way. Okay. Let me see. Jarius, thank you for the, or Jarius, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for the resub of tier 1 for 1 month. I appreciate that, or for 2 months rather. Appreciate that. Thank you. Let me see. Let me catch up on chat here. Let's see. Just, it's just clear that open curly is not array open or some other thing. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Parser cares which type of tokens result in some syntax. Yes, that's true. One Slim Shady, first time chat. Hello, welcome. Separation of concerns. Yep, I agree. Yar hype. Thank you for the Yar hype, Ruche. Appreciate that. What am I working on? A game engine? Yes. I'm writing a game engine from scratch. We are working on something called Kohi, which is a game engine written in C using Vulkan as its initial rendering backend. It's completely free and open source, available on GitHub. It is Apache 2.0 licensed, which means that if you go to use it, all you have to do is say that you used it, right? It is completely free and open source, meaning there will never be any sort of royalties or any sort of licensing fees of any kind. It is in heavy development, though, so it's not really production ready yet. We are still kind of working on that. What we're working on right now is we recently refactored the way that our scene works to allow for a sort of node hierarchy system. And each of those nodes have different types of attachments. And we have that portion of it complete, but we don't actually have a way to configure that in a file yet. And so what we kind of came up with was a format that looks something like this, which is pretty similar to JSON, but not 100%. So we are actually in the process of writing our own parser for that, and just kind of figuring out what the object hierarchy is going to be, right? Okay. Let's see. This game scene file that you're making, is it general 3D scene, or do you make a difference between a game scene and an editor scene? So right now it's just general 3D scene, but in terms of editor scene versus like game scene, what I'm thinking about as far as that, we don't have an editor yet, but what I'm thinking about as far as that is there are going to be certain properties that are going to be flagged as either editor only or don't update if in editor, right? So like something that's moving its position back and forth like a light that we have in our scene, like it wouldn't do that in the editor, for example. But we are going to have like a real-time editor, right? So like our editor view is going to be the same as the in-game view. It's just going to be from a different perspective camera, basically, right? So we are going to separate those things out. We'll have a way of tagging properties and objects as, this only shows up in the editor, or maybe it doesn't move in the editor, doesn't update in the editor, things like that. So we're not quite there yet, but eventually we are going to have a way to tag those things. First time chat, simply just curious question. Since the engine is in C, how are you ensuring memory safety or explicitly freeing the dynamically allocated memory for game objects? So what we are doing is we are essentially tying that into our scene. So when our scene has nodes added and removed from it, our scene is responsible for cleaning that up, right? So if we remove something from the scene will go ahead and take care of that. Now, we've just finished refactoring that, so there may be bugs around that, but that's essentially the idea, is that the scene is going to own those things and manage the memory on those things. Let's see. Just curious how you're going to do the object type in memory. So like I said, the object, this guy here, is going to basically wind up being the same, right? An object and an array are essentially going to wind up being the same thing. So if you think about this, all this is still, it's just a case and object hierarchy, right? So you have this attachments, and then you have this array here, which is essentially a wrapper object, right, around one of these guys, which is another object which has its own properties, right? So in code, we're going to have this case and object that is of type array, just in case we need to know if it's an array for some reason. But it acts no differently than an object would that had named typed properties assigned to it. It's just it knows in this case that we have multiple things assigned to it. I hope that makes sense. Stealing JavaScript definition of an object, kind of. Or Lua, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a mishmash of a few different things. So yeah, I'm calling it KSON objects, right? Because it's not quite JSON, right? There are some differences, right? Like it supports in-block comments. It supports comments at the end of the line. We don't have to use commas or semicolons or any of that kind of stuff either. So it's kind of like a different version of that, right? I'm trying to keep it lightweight. Can KSON run Doom? I mean, if we make it super expressive, maybe. I'm in my second year of computer engineering. I use C for systems implementation. This looks kind of familiar, but far above what I've done. Okay. Well, I mean, welcome. Hopefully you're able to get something from this, right? That's kind of the goal. Just from my thoughts, every memory location is mmap syscall to the kernel. Hence, a scene will load. Oh, okay. You're talking about at that level. Okay. So at that level, we don't actually even worry about that, right? We actually allocate all of our memory up front, basically into an arena allocator. And that arena allocator is responsible for doling everything out, right? So we have something that we call a dynamic allocator, which maintains a free list. And that gives us the memory, right? So we only reach out to the OS really once in the very beginning. For each of those types of allocators, right? So as far as like syscalls for like allocations and stuff like that, that stuff is really out of the question, right? Because we don't really do that. We have our own allocators written. What is a D array? It's a dynamic array. Exactly. Yep. It's our own custom dynamic allocator. Yep. That's exactly what it is. So essentially what it does is it hides its header information just in front of the pointer for the actual array that's returned. And so it basically macros / functions away that memory location and allows you to treat it just as a normal C array, which is why I put D array in comments above it to indicate that it's a D array and that I should manipulate it with a D array, not as a C array, right? What are you using as your build system? CMake? I'm not using CMake. Nope. We have our own kind of custom build system that we have built up using make files essentially. So We have 2 make files. At some point soon, I'm going to combine this into one. We have one for executables and one for library projects, right? It's shared libraries. So that's kind of the idea there. Does the scene run internally on different threads where the scene dynamically schedules a thread to control the game object? Not yet. But that is actually one of the reasons I'm making the changes that I'm making, is to allow us to multi-thread that. So we're not there yet, but the way it's laid out in memory is we're basically going to be able to take all these root nodes and do their updates multi-threaded, right? So that's the idea. When you say we, how many people are working on this? Well, I say we. I don't know why I say we, because it's just me. There have been other people who have contributed some stuff, right? So anybody who's open to PR is listed here. So there are some folks that are listed there, but yeah, I mean, 99% of it's written by me. So, we have ads. So the other thing is we do pause the stream for ads whenever they come up. Once every 30 minutes for 90 seconds, we go ahead and pause the stream for that. That way, nobody misses any content, right? So that's kind of the thing that we do there. It gives me a chance to take a minute and get some water. So for any of you that can still hear me on the Twitch side, we will resume as soon as the ads are over, and then I'll continue answering the chats here. I just want to make sure that nobody misses anything, right? Got about a little less than 30 seconds on ads. All right, almost done. And ads are dead. Cool. All right, so we're done with that. Yeah, so when I say we, it's really just me, right? It's the royal we, as you said, Yak. Yeah, exactly. I assume it would be nice if the scene has dynamic scheduling to improve rendering performance. Yeah, so that's one of the things that we are going to be working on for sure, right? All right. I can't fathom multi-threading in C. I'm much more familiar with C#. I've done multi-threading, and I'm now learning to use classes. Everything I've done involving classes has been about balls. Okay. I don't know if I want to know what kind of software you're working on. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so, I mean, multi-threading is not that bad once you actually... we have our own abstractions of it here, right? So Linux and Mac use one version of that versus Windows uses another, and we've just abstracted all that away so that it's nice and easy to use in our engine. Okay, so I think I've gotten through all the comments in chat, so let me kind of continue. Let me see. I have the most experience in kernel space. I feel like user space gives devs so much flexibility in cases like multi-threading in pages. Yeah, it does. It really does, for sure. I've not done a lot of kernel space programming, admittedly. But I've done enough to know exactly what you're saying is true, for sure. Okay, so the way that we have this set up is we wind up with a list of case-in objects. Those case-in objects can have properties. Those properties have a name, right, which could be, that's going to be the identifier, essentially. It has a type, right, which is what the type of the value, so it'll be string or another object or an array, which is just object, or it could be Boolean. And then the value is going to be a signed integer, a string, a pointer to another object, or a boolean. And then that can recurse. The object type itself, which we actually don't have here. All right, so that's, I was looking for where that was. So casein object type, we're just going to put type there again. Can either be object or array, right? So you have objects and then you have properties. And technically a properties value can also be an object. All right, so our casein tree is going to be pretty simple. And in fact, we might not even need a separate structure for this, but just in case we have any more sort of global level information, I am going to include, in fact, actually, I think I do want, let's see, should I include the source text with it or not? Actually, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think it's just going to be literally a D array of casein objects. Right? Or should it be a base object? Just one and everything. No, because that would allow us to do this, right? We can have multiple objects. So let's call this roots. Right? It's root objects. I think that makes sense. Okay. So that's all of our directory, or all of our sort of tree mapping that's going to happen, and then all of our token types and all of that stuff. Last thing that we might need is we have actually this token type operator. And I'm actually thinking there's two ways we could attack this. We could either have multiple operator types defined here, or we could have like a separate operator type enumeration, but we'd have to store that somewhere. And then we'd have to check type, and you know what, screw it. This is going to be just, we're going to say operator equal, right? And if we have more operators like add, subtract, divide, multiply, we'll just add them there. Good enough. So I think we have enough to go on to at least kind of start thinking about how we want to write this. So, what we're going to do is we'll do k-API, meaning that's sort of our export macro, right? Because we want to be able to use this, obviously, outside the core. We will do casein parser creates. And I don't know that these need to be separate steps, but I'm going to separate them for now, and we can refactor it later if we need to. So in this case, we're going to create a new parser, and we're just going to take a pointer to a casein parser. We're going to say out parser. So this should initialize like anything that the parser needs to have set up before it can start parsing. And then we'll do k-API casein. Oops, that needs to have stop at Windows. All right, this needs to have a Boolean return type. I forgot that. So we'll say B8. B8, there we go. So if that fails, we can actually, bleat about it and return. We're also going to have a B8 for casein parser. Do we want to call this, do we want to expose the tokenization? I think so. I think I'm fine with that. So we'll say tokenize. And we're going to take the casein parser. And we're going to take a const character array source. We're also going to need a KAPI B8 KSON parser. Do we say parse? I guess. KSON parser. Parser. And then do we have an out for the KSON tree? I think that's fine. So we'll do a KSON tree out tree. Right, and that'll give us a B8 if we need to report some sort of failure. We also KAPI void KSON parser destroy parser. Okay. All right, so we have the ability to create the parser, tokenize, then we can parse and output to a tree. We are also going to need the ability to write to a file. What do I want to call this? I don't really want to call this serialize, right? Because that's serialize is what we do to get to the tree. I guess we do B8 KSON tree to file. Right, and all we don't even need the parser for this. We can just say KSON tree, and then const character array file path. That should cover our bases because parse reads from the file. Well, actually, tokenize reads not from a file, I guess. It reads to... You know what? Actually, let's not say to file. Let's say to string. And let's do this instead. We'll say a constant character array is the return value. And if that fails, we'll just return null. And we'll say to string. Because this really shouldn't have to worry about files or anything. We already have a file system for that. Right? So we have source in, source out, essentially. Okay. Let's see. What kind of games would generally be made using your engine? So, the very first type of game I'm going to create with this, it is a 3D engine, but the first kind of game I'm going to create with this is just a semi-simple, like arcade-style game. I'm still in the design phases of that, so I'm not really ready to talk too much in depth about that, but that's kind of what I have in mind for it. Just as a sort of test of all the systems and the editing process and the build process and all that stuff, because I'm sure there's like a slew of bugs we're gonna have to work out, right? So I want to keep the first game very, very simple, and then the second game, what I have in mind is going to be a lot more complicated than that, and it's obviously also going to be a 3D game as well, but theoretically you could make a a first-person shooter game with it. You could make like an RTS with it. You could make it's not... I'm trying to avoid shoehorning into like a specific kind of game type, right? I'm trying to keep things open so that you really can just kind of configure the application as to what kind of game you want to make. So one of the things that we're doing with this game engine is we're making things plugin based and sort of modular, where the application can include what it wants and leave out what it doesn't, right? And so based on that, we should have quite a lot of flexibility there, I feel like. GTA 7, yeah, not by myself, I won't be. Let's see, Spiro. This might be a stupid question, but wouldn't you need an intermediary step to get the tree into a format that is writable? So, I think I should be able to do that with this, right? Because if I know how it should be output, right? Based off of the objects themselves, the type, and then their properties. I should be able to recurse that and basically blit it out to a file. I don't think I'm going to need an intermediary step. I don't think. I think I can do it. I think I can do it all in one shot. If it does wind up being 2 steps, I'm not going to expose that to the user. I'll do it internally. But yeah, it should be 1 step, right? And what I might even do, is I might also do something like KAPI B8 KSIN tree from string, right? And then we have what is it? Const character array source, and then KSIN tree out tree, right? And this would essentially just call these other steps, more or less, is what I'm thinking. We're going to get GTA 7 before GTA 6. I love that meme, by the way. Literally, as you're asking the question, I'm doing it. My serious guess was the first game to be a sort of simple platformer, like a Mario or Metroid, 3D and a 2D side style. That would be kind of a cool game to make, right? That would be neat. You did KSIN 2-string as I wrote that question, which is what I meant. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking like to and from string might be a simple way to do it where this actually includes the parser like in its state, right? So like this is a shortcut to do all of this. And so like maybe I'll include these just if you want the separate steps, but you don't actually have to do it that way. You could just call this. Is what I'm thinking. You're like light years ahead of me. I don't know about all that. From string. Yep. Yeah. So this is I think this is everything we need, right? Anything else should be able to operate either on the tree itself or objects within that tree for its serialization and deserialization. And essentially, when you would serialize to either a KSIN object or a tree, and then you would deserialize from that, right? So I think that makes sense. All right. So let's actually kind of get into this and see where we wind up. So I'm actually going to do... Let's see, did I actually create the... Did I create the file yet? I don't remember if I did. I don't think I did. No. All right. Include KSIN parser. So we'll just kind of work this one step at a time. and see how far we get. All right. Couple things I can already tell you we're going to need. We're going to need to include core k-string. I don't think we're going to need math. We're going to need containers, D-array. We're going to need core memory. Should be it for now. All right. So if not out parser, KSON parser creates requires valid pointer to out parser, you dingus. Return false. All right, if we get down here, obviously we'll return true. And then we'll set out parser. Position is going to be 0 initially. Out parser tokens is a D array. Create KSON tokens. And out parser file content for now is equal to 0. Right? So the create step is pretty simple for right now. The parser destroy is also going to be pretty simple. Should we... I don't think any of the tokens... We're going to have to actually do... Okay, so if parser... then we're going to say if parser... Let's do file content first. Let's see. McHorfa, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Let's see. Is KAPI a return type? No, it's a macro to export. Yeah, it's a macro. Here, let me show you what that is. So it's basically, in this case, because we're on Windows, it's doing decal spec export. If we were not on Windows, we would basically be applying the attribute visibility default, right? Which basically means that symbol gets exported when you compile. And that means that it's visible to anything else that is referencing that when it goes to link, right? That's essentially what it is. So depending on where that is used from, whether it's in the engine or whether it's used in a different library, depends on whether that's an import or an export, essentially, right? So that's essentially what that does. So we have file content. We're going to do k-string free. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I think it's k, or is it string free? Yeah, string free. Parser file content. And then parser file content equals 0. JBL271, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, this is bleating about a const. We don't care about that, though, because we're nuking the memory. All right, so that's file contents. If parser tokens u32 or 23, that's fine too. Token counts equals darray length darray. There it is. Parser tokens for u32 token counts u32i, rather. I think I'm getting tired. Equals 0. I is less than token count. Plus plus I. So then we want parser tokens sub I. Let's see, do we actually need to do anything with this? Actually, no, we don't. We don't even need to do anything with this. So all we need to do is nuke it. So if parser tokens, darray, destroy. I was thinking there was some data on each token that we had to destroy, but we don't. So tokens, so we kill that array and then set it to 0, and then we'll do parser position equals 0, right? So that's the destroy. Relatively simple stuff. Now the tokenize. This is where the meat and potatoes are done. This is, right? So first off, if not parser, then we're going to copy the dingus message up here. Right? And we're going to say tokenize. Right? So we'll basically, whoops. I hit a series of wrong keys there. So we'll basically slap the user if they're trying to do things that don't make sense. And then we're also going to check source. We need source, right? Otherwise, what are we tokenizing? All right, and then we'll return true otherwise, okay? So the way that we are going to handle this is we are going to essentially loop through character by character, but we are going to take UTF-8 text into account because our engine does support UTF-8, and we may have strings in here that maybe need to support UTF-8. Now, ideally, the way that this should work is you should have localization instead of like hard-coded text in something like this. But we should probably support UTF-8 anyways, because not everybody is going to make their game that way, right? Let's see. It's so cool seeing some of the things I've learned used in a much different way than how I've used it. Yeah, that's kind of what the idea here is, right? So we don't do like a lot of oop and stuff like that here. We have alternative ways of working here. Oh, Spiro, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words there. Hey, dude, I didn't get to catch you often because of the time difference, but I love all the C jazz. Thanks. I appreciate that smiling. Thank you. It's good to see you here, though. But yeah, unfortunately, you know, I can't stream all day every day, or otherwise I would, right? Time difference is going to suck for somebody somewhere, unfortunately. You're learning to interface. You're learning C to interface with a microcontroller. That's pretty cool stuff. You have to create libraries and interface with the different components of the board, such as the LCD display, LEDs, buttons, etc. Then create programs that utilize those libraries. That's pretty awesome. See, and that's stuff I haven't done much of at all. So that's pretty cool. The man definitely ooped himself before. Yeah, we've all ooped ourselves for sure. Do you consider methods as being oop-like? Not really, no. Oh, it's 5:12 where you are in the morning? Yeah, that's a little early, right? If there's C, I see you. If there's C, I see you around. Nice. 6:12 where you are? Nice. Okay, so we actually did, and I'm going to cheat, because I think it was in our font system, or was it? We actually have a pretty nice, way of actually, yeah, this is it. We have a pretty nice way of processing text that's UTF-8 compatible, right? And so our font system has this nice measure string where we loop through each one of our characters. And as you may or may not be aware, UTF-8 text, sometimes you have characters that are multiple bytes. And we actually have functions in here that handle that stuff for us. And so your string length of just character length might be different than your UTF length if you have multi-byte characters. And so this is sort of the function I use for the template of that. So because I know this works. So I'm basically just going to copy pasta this and then take out the parts that I need and throw away the rest of it, right? Which I know I don't actually need anything beyond this point here. Okay, so we are going to put that right here. And we have our text, which is going to be source. We don't need the X and Y because that we're not measuring a string, right? We're just processing it at this point. Speaking of processing, we have to process some ads because Bezos and ad breaks every 30 minutes. So for those of you who are new to the channel, we like to take ad breaks and pause the stream. Like when I should say we like to pause the stream when ad breaks happen, right? So Twitch gives us ads once every 30 minutes for 90 seconds. So I pause the stream so that you guys don't miss anything while ads are taken over the screen, right? So as soon as those ads are done, we will be back. And there's a timer on the screen so that you guys don't miss anything. 10 out of 10 segue. I appreciate that, Max. Every once in a while, if I get it in time, I can get it, you know? So not too much longer on our ad break. Another little over 20 seconds. And then we'll continue. Almost done with ads. All right, and ads are dead. So just as a recap there, we like to pause the stream whenever ads are occurring on Twitch. That's once every 30 minutes for 90 seconds. And the reason we do that is because it's a programming stream, and you guys can't hear or see what I'm doing if there's ads on the screen, and that sucks, right? So out of respect to you guys, I pause the stream so that way nobody misses anything, right? I also put a timer there on the screen so that you guys know exactly how long you have until we come back. That way, if you need to run out and get some water real quick to hydrate, which you should be doing, you have time to do that. All right, cool. So essentially, what we are doing here is we loop through all of the individual characters and extract a code point from that. So in this case, that's going to be source, not text. And then, let's see. I'm not going to process code points just yet. So I'm just going to kind of leave these as doing nothing. But what we have is we do, after a couple of these quick checks for like new line and tab characters that we can easily skip, we do have this this variable here that we call advance. And this is how many bytes forward we're going to advance in the string. We then have this bytes to code point function, which is, let me actually pull it up over here. Right? So, if you take a look at this guy, this is our bytes to code point, right? And I already kind of went over this when we initially wrote it, but basically what this does, let me clear the highlights, is this extracts up to a 32-bit code point for the current character that we're looking at. And we can tell how many bytes that we're dealing with based off of the first few bytes of the code point, right? So If our code point is greater than 0 and then less than this guy here, which I don't remember what that is off the top of my head, basically says, I think that's 192 or something like that. I forget exactly what it is. But essentially what this means is that we are a single byte normal ASCII character, and we treat it as such. We have a code point detection for double byte characters, right? So we just kind of extract that out, and then our advance is 2. For triple byte characters, our advance is 3. For quadruple byte characters, our advance is 4. We do not support 5 and 6 byte characters, even though they exist. We return those as invalid UTF-8. So what this allows us to do is read a constant character array of bytes that have UTF-8 characters encoded in them, and it allows us to use simple C strings everywhere and not have to have wide character strings or any of that weird rubbish that Windows does, right? So we're able to use that. Let me go back one more. We're able to use that to say, okay, from our source, here is where we are in the string. Give us a code point and how far we advance on that, right? And then if that returns false, it means we failed, and we've got some sort of invalid string in there, and we bleat about it, right? And then we say our code point is -1, which is a separate special sort of character code sequence that I have to represent an invalid character. And then I can use that in like our font system to draw like a question mark or like a box or something like that to handle that, right? So the next thing is we have glyphs here, which we don't actually need, right? That's for font rendering. This is more glyph stuff. We don't need that. And then this is having to do with kerning and the offsets and how far we actually need to push along the x-axis. So actually we don't need this entire section either, right? All we actually care about is advancing C with the advance -1, right? And we do advance -1 because advance is also done on top of the ++C, which, you know what? I'm going to change this to C++. So we do C on this stream, and this is the only time you'll catch me using C++ on the stream, is right here. This guy, right there. That's the only use of C++. That's it. All right. Let's see. Let me catch up. Oh, sounds like the music needs to be reset. So we'll restart that. I'm going a little bit longer tonight. All right. Oh boy, looks like I missed a bunch of comments. Let's see. You're on your Rust glow up arc. Nice. No more C++s. Med Terragard, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Object-oriented programming, never mind. I do know, I just forgot. Oh, yeah, OOP. Okay, yep. Different use cases, yeah. Rust is super cool, still love C more. Yeah, that is different use cases, exactly. Yep. It's Daigo. First time chat, welcome. Get that money, yeah. The stream is already 3 hours. This is going to be a pain when my progress reaches these stream videos. Yes? Yeah, it probably is. I am in the process of making some recap videos, though. Oh, it's 127. Okay, I was wondering. Yeah, I couldn't do the hex math in my head. You need to shave? No, I refuse. I like my beard, actually. I like it a lot. I was told that it's the second coming of Odin, actually. Spiro, but does he? I don't think I do. Okay, for networking, we need to use libevent. So networking we'll be doing at some point for sure, but we are not going to be doing. We are not going to be using a library for that. We are going to be doing it from scratch. All right, let's see. You're bald, so you can't judge. That's fair. Libevent is bloated. That's the reason I use most libraries. For simple communications, better to use raw sockets. Exactly the plan. C and Go are languages made by the legends of computer science. I would agree with that. You'll never get rid of your beard either. You know, I mean, I could make it like a point redeem, I suppose, if there's enough points, but it would have to be a very high number. And there'd obviously only be one of them available, so whoever got there first would whoever got there first would be the only one to be able to redeem it, right? All right. Okay, so this will take care of any UTF-8 stuff we have to take care of, which is nice. So what we're going to do is for our tokens, we are going to use the character sort of position, right? I don't see any reason for us to do otherwise, right? And then when we actually go to process strings, we'll probably use this code point logic again. But what this is going to do is it's going to kind of get us past any sort of weird UTF-8 escape sequences that we might run into within the string, right? So it'll kind of allow us to kind of skip past that. So now what we need to do is we need to start thinking about how we're going to tokenize this stuff, right? So if we have like a new line or a tab or a space, those are going to be considered. Oh, you know what? New line is a token type. Needs to be a token type of its own because it terminates these guys. So let me actually go to... We need to add that as a token type. Type new line. Right? So what we should do is if we have a new line, we're going to create a KSON token. New line token. We're going to say new line token type equals token type new line. And new line token start is going to be C. And new line, wait, is it C? Yeah. New line token end is going to be C plus 1. And then we're going to do parser tokens, right? And we're going to do a darray push on that. And we're going to push new line token. And then continue, right? So the next thing that we're going to need is we're going to need some fairly specific internal parsing modes, right? So we're going to declare those in the C file because this is the only place we're going to use it. We don't want this exposed to user code. So we're going to say type def struct, and we're going to say, why don't we call it KSON tokenize mode. Right? And so KSON tokenize mode. We're going to have a few different modes. So for this one, we're not even going to bother changing modes. So let's see, what is sort of the default mode that we want to be in? I guess we'll kind of list out our modes and go from there. So one mode is going to be string, right? We're parsing a string. Tokenize mode white space is going to be another one. KSIN tokenize mode, and we'll do numeric literal. Right, this should probably be string literal. Oops. Wow. This one is the one I want to move there. Oh, I said struct. I meant enumeration. So we have numeric literal, string literal, white space. Then we have, I guess we should say tokenize mode. Defining object. And then maybe the same thing for array. Right, so this is kind of like as we're proceeding through this, like what are we currently defining? We might wind up renaming some of these things and splitting some of it up. This is just kind of what I'm thinking off the top of my head. So we're defining an identifier. We're defining a value. I think that makes sense. So the first thing that we're actually probably... Oh, you know what? Tokenize... Actually, you know what? We're going to skip comments. We're not going to tokenize comments. We're just going to skip them. So... we're going to start off in defining identifier. That's going to be kind of our default mode. And the reason for that is if you look at this file, the first thing that we do in it is we define a identifier. And then we essentially parse some white space potentially. We parse a operator, which is only one character right now. Yeah, we should probably have a separate state for that. So KSIN tokenize mode defining yeah operator. Right, so the next thing is we define an operator. Then we would move into defining an object. And then once we're in defining object, we would skip this comment text. We would then be in defining identifier again. So once we pass this, we'll be defining identifier. Once we hit this, then we'll be defining white space, then we'll be defining operator, then defining white space, then defining string. I guess defining value, and then switch to defining string. And then technically white space, and then we'll skip this since it's a comment. And then we'll be defining identifier again. And then white space, then operator, then white space, then string. Okay, I think that makes sense. Let's see. In the old days, people that said bro didn't have the brain power to be developers. I mean, I say bro. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, though. I get what you guys are saying. All right. All right. So we need a current mode. So we're going to say ksin tokenize mode. We'll just call this mode, and then we're going to set that equal to ksin tokenize mode defining identifier. Right. If we come to this one, if we come to a new line, we're just going to say inject a new line right here and there. We don't need to switch modes or anything. I think that's fine. We probably should do some checks around, like if we're in the middle of a string or something. Yeah, I suppose we should do if mode equals ksin tokenize mode string literal. Then we should do k error unexpected new line in string. At position C. Right? And in this case, we're just going to return false. I am not going to worry about cleanup yet in error scenarios until we actually get this working. And then we're going to go back and fix that, right? Because I don't know how much of this we're going to have to move around. And I really don't want to have to, sort of contend with that as well. So just create a new token and insert it. Yeah, guys, keep the language wars civil in chat, please. Yeah, we don't necessarily want any sort of we don't want that kind of stuff in chat, right? Keep it positive. Yeah, we don't necessarily need that kind of, yeah. Just chill out a little bit on that if you wouldn't mind. Appreciate it. All right. Okay, so if we find a tab, if we are, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. So if our mode is already mode white space, then we are simply going to do, oh, we don't have a current token, do we? We need a current token too. So let's do ksin token, current token. We're just going to set that equal to essentially nothing. So in this case, we'll do current token dot end plus plus, right? Else, I'm trying to think if this is in the middle of a string, that's also going to be the same thing. So if mode is equal to ksin tokenize mode string literal, we'll treat it the same way. And I think that's the only places we want to allow tabs is in white space and string literals. Otherwise, we're going to switch to being in white space mode, right? So mode equals white space mode. Now, if we are switching to white space mode, push the current token, right? So if that's the case, then we're going to say darray push parser tokens current token, right? Then we switch to white space mode, and then we say current token type equals KSIN token type white space. Current token start. Oops, was start, right? Yeah, start equals C. And current token end equals C, right? And that's how we're basically going to use this end plus plus here. So that should cover the tab. And I think we can actually cover the space with this as well. Right, so we'll cover the space and tab characters with both of that. Yeah, that should work. Okay. Let's see. What OS are you working on? I'm guessing Windows. At the moment, Windows, yeah. I am going to be switching back to Linux sometime soon, but it's a brand new install. So I've got some stuff that I have to figure out. Yeah. I was on Arch Linux for quite a while. I'd actually switched to that for well over a year, almost 2 years, I think, actually. But NVIDIA drivers on that was just getting more and more unstable, and I was having a lot of issues with it, and I got tired of battling it, so I just wiped it out, and now have a new install. So, yeah, my new install, I'm trying out Pop! OS. I've never tried it before, which is basically Ubuntu, right? But they have a NVIDIA-specific version of that. So I'm trying that out to see how stable that is. And once I get to that to the point where I think I can stream on it, I will probably go back to that, right? But for right now, I'm working on Windows. Yeah, From like pretty much did cover that though, so thank you, appreciate that. It does also support Mac. Yep. Your video 55 is still made on Ubuntu. Yeah. And actually, my streams were on Ubuntu, or not Ubuntu, Arch up until, I don't know, a few months ago, I think. I think somewhere around Thanksgiving is when it really started giving me problems. I think. Okay. All right, so we have that. So we also need to handle code points. So if the code point is going to be, let's do open curly braces first. So if it's equal to that, then if in a string, so we actually need to say if, actually, let's do this. We can actually copy this mostly. We don't want the white space though. All right, so if the mode isn't a string literal, all we're going to do is add to the token and move on. Otherwise, we are going to switch to opening object mode, right? But we'll need to push the current token before we actually switch. So we'll push the current token. We should probably do some validation. So we'll say state switch validation. So let's see, we'll go ahead and push that, and then we are going to set the mode. Actually, before we even do that, we should push the create and push a new token for this. So we're going to do a KSIN token. And we'll call this open bracket, or open brace, I think it was, token. So open brace token type equals KSIN token type curly brace open. Open brace token start equals C. Open brace end equals adds. Because we have adds, because Bezos. Bezos requires adds, right? So we will take a break for 90 seconds, and then we will continue. I know on the YouTube side, you guys get ads a little bit differently over there, but on the Twitch side, we're served those every 30 minutes for 90 seconds, or up to 90 seconds. So, at least, I guess, while we wait, I'll go ahead and just hydrate, right? And if you guys can hear me, you should do the same. Almost done with ads. All right. Ads are dead. Okay, so in this case, we are opening an object. So we do need to do some state switch validation here, but for right now, we're just basically going to say the start and end of this is the same position, which I think I actually got this wrong up here. I think these should be, I think it should be that. So we say curly brace open, and let's see, actually, array push parser tokens open brace token. And when we open the brace, technically the mode that we actually need to switch back to I'm thinking is that defining identifier. And I suppose we could do a look behind on what the previous token was for that. So maybe like we don't. Maybe we don't even worry about this, right? Like maybe we just parse the tokens and do the validation in the parsing. Separate this out. Yeah, let's do that. You know, let's actually just make our lives simpler here. So we will keep operator. We forgot Boolean here, actually. Let's keep the mode thing simple, right? So we're defining an identifier, which is literally like just this bit. White space. Do we even need this though? Maybe. We'll have to see. Okay. So when we open the object, we then need to switch to tokenized mode, defining identifier, right? And that's all we should do, right? So we should push the token onto the array and then change the mode. And then continue, right? That makes sense. Okay, so we have that. We then also need to do the closing version of this. Oops, the closing version. So if we're in a string, again, we're going to treat that as normal and just add it to the string. Otherwise, actually, I guess this, we're not gonna, these comments aren't valid anymore. Let's get rid of those. Okay, so we'll just push the current token, and then we'll create a close brace token. So we'll do a rename close brace token. And this is going to be curly brace close. Push that on. And then the next thing that we should be expecting does this mode thing even make sense, actually? Outside of defining, like, string literals, like... I guess so. Defining identifier. Maybe we should go back to, like, an unknown state. Instead of defaulting back to this every time. Right, and, like, maybe then if we hit, like, a letter that isn't inside of a string, then we switch to defining identifier. Right, so, like, maybe this should be tokenize type, tokenize mode, unknown. Right? Maybe that's what we should do. Let's see. What is C? Oh, yeah, it's the C. C is the current character index, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Icebreaker. Appreciate that. Also, welcome, first-time chat. What am I parsing? So I'm parsing this format right here, which is the new format for our scene files, right? So it allows us to have a structured and also tiered environment for our scene nodes, right? So it allows me to actually parent these things and have a hierarchy of these things. Yeah, exactly. So the scenes need to be formatted, read, written, etc. Yep, exactly. Oh, you have Spiro's. Spiro has the best freaking emotes, by the way. I need to take notes there because my emote game is sorely lacking, unfortunately. I do need to improve on that for sure. But that takes time away from my game engine development, unfortunately. Don't inflate his ego. It's already massive and uncontrollable. I don't know about that. Spiro's a pretty cool dude. I like Spiro a lot. He's working on some pretty cool stuff. He really thinks outside the box, and I admire that a lot. Because that's it's a bit of a rare thing these days. Alright. Okay, so we'll revert back to an unknown state. Now here's the funny part. I think our array logic is basically going to be the same stuff. So let's just knock that out real quick. All right, this is literally going to be... So if if it's within a string, that's fine. Otherwise, we have close brace token. Push that again, revert back to an unknown state. Oh wait, I renamed that wrong. That should be open array token. And so this is going to be bracket open. And then this will be bracket close. Okay. So I guess I should probably call this open bracket token and close bracket token. Okay, so we push that onto the array and then revert back to an unknown state. So we have our white space parsing. So the next thing that we need to handle is strings, entering that state and leaving the state, and then also non-string alphanumeric characters. So we'll say if code point equals double quote, then if the mode is equal to ksin tokenize string literal, then we're going to terminate the string, push the token onto the array, and revert modes. I think that's all we need to do there. We should probably also check the previous character, which I don't think we actually are holding on to. We're not. So let's do that as well. We'll say I32 previous code point. And then down here, let's see, we'll say previous code point equals code point. So here we'll have to say if c is greater than 0 and previous code point is not equal to a backslash, right? Because that could escape a quote. Then we do all of this. If the previous character was a backslash, if previous char was a backslash, then it's an escape sequence. Continue the string, right? So in this case, all we're going to do is current token dot end plus plus. Okay. Otherwise, we need to do current. Actually, let me think about this. All we should actually have to do is darray push parser tokens, current token, and then set the current, or the mode rather, to case and tokenize mode unknown. Yeah, and that should be it, actually. Okay. So, otherwise, if the mode is not a string, then it is going to be made into a string. So we're going to say change to string parsing mode. So we'll say mode equals casein tokenize mode string literal. And we're going to continue. Wait, no, do we want to continue? Yeah. We'll just continue right then and there. Because we'll get RC++ from that, right? The only thing that we don't get on these continues is this. I guess we could just not do anything there, right? So these continues are actually going to be problematic because this isn't going to be called. Actually, I could just do this. I could do this here. I'm going to have to de-scope this guy, or move this guy out here. Right, and then code points equals source C. Is that what I had before? Yes. Okay. There. That way that was always handled. Okay, so we have the exit string and enter string capability. We do continue here because we don't want to include the quote as part of the string. All right, if we get down this far, if the mode equals string literal, or the mode equals defining identifier, current token, and plus equals advance -1. Just advance, I think, actually. So this should actually handle multi-byte characters. Yes, okay. So, append to string or identifier if parsing that token type. Okay. So that covers moving in and out of a string. So there's a couple things we need to do. I just need to note this down so I don't forget it. Handle moving into, out of, defining identifier. Handle equal operator. Handle comments. Oops, why is it double? There we go. So we need to handle comments and decide on how xforms should be parsed. And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking of a string there. Okay. So I'm actually going to change this to a left off because it is getting pretty late and I'm getting kind of tired. So let me see. Looks like I have some chat to catch up on. Is this raw C and not Zeg? Yes, it's C. Yep. The equals 0 syntax sets a struct statically to null. It's variable initialization. Yeah. Haven't looked at C in a while. Seeing some keywords that made me think it was Zig. Oh, you're probably thinking of like the U8 and stuff, right? Like we've type def'd all that stuff. Learn C well before looking into Zig, and then you may realize you don't even need Zig as great as it is. That's fair enough. Zig is a potential replacement for C in the future. Potential. Still quite young. We'll see how that works out. It's a great option, but C is number one for me. I still feel the same way. Yep. Yeah, Zig is currently unstable. I mean, yeah, it's in its infancy, right? Like it's still very young, so of course it's not going to be stable. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I haven't jumped on it, right? I do love C with its issues, so for me, unless a Zig gets market adoption, I'll stick to C for system programming and Go for web. That's fair. Dot card, thank you for the follow. GGC forever, first time chat, thank you, I appreciate that. Welcome. Don't these kinds of programming languages try to replacing C++ though? Don't see the point of replacing C. Typically, yeah. Didn't recall C having shorthand data type names. It doesn't. Yeah, I type def those. Yep. Let's see. Hi, in the case of closing curly brace, the token end shouldn't be C+1. Yeah. You're talking about this guy. Well, my thought is the start and the end are the same, like it's one, right? So like it starts and ends on the same position is my thought. It depends on how you think of position, right? Do you think of the position as like the cursor position, or do you think of the position as like an actual character, right? I'm thinking of it as an actual character. So like the start and end are the same because it's one character is the way I'm thinking of it. In terms of libs, am I using OpenGL? No, I'm actually using Vulkan as my initial rendering backend. Yep. Nothing can replace C from a point of view language which is close to the hardware. Well, you have assembly, right? There is that. So yeah, there is that. All right. So with all that said, my brain is kind of worn out for tonight, so I think this is probably where I'm going to call it. I know we're just short of the 4-hour mark, so we've done pretty good tonight. I think we made some decent progress. Vulkan's quite challenging. Vulkan is, I mean, yes, but it's only challenging because it requires you to understand a lot of concepts that OpenGL necessarily doesn't, like threads and synchronization and things of that nature, right? Assembly is not portable. That's the main issue. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, it depends on your definition of it, right? Like, if you're talking just from a perspective of close to the metal, assembly is closer to the metal, right, than C, but C is more portable. Yeah, so it's okay. So let me see. I really appreciate you guys being here tonight. By the way, this was sort of a bonus stream, so I think we accomplished a lot. Let me actually, I'm gonna commit this. Work in progress. Scene file format. Parser. I.e. KSON. Right. So we'll go ahead and push this. So if you guys want the code in its current condition, we can actually have that. It doesn't work yet, right? We're still very much work in progress, but if you guys want the code, it's there now. All right, let me see. I'm just gonna look really quickly. Whoa, Twitch changed the raid UI. That's interesting. All right, let me see. Let me see who I can raid. I think I know the direction I'm going to go with this, but let me just see. Okay, yeah, I think I know what I'm going to do as far as a raid. All right, so before I do that, I do want to just quickly drop a link to my socials in both places. So I've got a link tree where you can catch me on all the different social media places, right? So I would encourage you guys to check that out. If you haven't already, I would encourage you also to follow me here on Twitch or over on YouTube. If you haven't already, I would greatly appreciate that. I'm trying to grow the channel and get more people engaged in engine development, right? And kind of this low-level stuff, because I don't think there's enough of us out there, right? We need more competition in this space, and I think it's a really important thing. So I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you very much. And what we are going to do tonight is we are going to raid Ferret Software, which is a ferret rescue. I'd like to support this because it's a good cause. Basically, it's a rescue that is run for ferrets that were in near-death situations. And they are taken in and given a permanent home, and they are taken care of medically. They are rehabilitated and are given all the food and medical care that they need to live out the rest of their lives. So I think it's a really good cause, and it's one that I like to support. So with that, let me go ahead and start that. Let's see. How do I... It keeps... Yeah, here we go. Start raid. There we go. They changed the raid UI on me, so it took me a second just to kind of figure out that new UI. All right, cool. So thank you guys again for joining me here. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys on the next stream. So see ya.